Yeah, baby. Yeah. The Mac is back with another video. Hello, the initiated. My name is Markus Junikala, and today we're checking out Kepler 2 by 0G. This is a big day. I know many of you have been waiting for this and are quite excited for this. The response to Kepler 1, in my estimation, was extremely positive for good reason. So I'm sure many of you are extremely excited for the next iteration of this. So let me take us to the website. It does already exist, even though we are a couple of days before the launch. To be super precise, the name of this is Elements Kepler 2, which is, I guess Elements is the series under which Kepler 2 is. And this is subtitled The Pinnacle in Hybrid Scoring Instruments. There's a trailer, or coming soon video rather, launching Thursday 23rd of October. And this should be when you are seeing this video. So looking at the price here, let me actually open up my press release thingy, just because it's a bit clearer than what the website is. So full price, this is going to be $149.95. It's a very specific price. 3-week intro price is going to be 15% off. So that's $126.95. And if you're upgrading from Kepler 1, it's $50. So the upgrade price, I will say, is extremely appealing. I'm going to predict that it's a no-brainer. Of course, we haven't yet played Kepler 2, but Kepler 1 was such a strong showing that I would suspect that $50 is probably a pretty no-brainer. Then there's also mention of an extra 20% off for Ethera and Elements loyalty customers. Now, I will say that asterisk is next to the full price option. No, sorry, my bad. It's also next to the intro price thing. So you can do the math on that. This is not the channel for math, okay? But even from that 3-week intro price, 15% off, $126.95, you can get extra 20% off. So again, these are, I would say, quite nice discounts, as long as you qualify, of course. And again, the 3-week launch offer is going to end on the 13th of November. So you have up until then to decide. I don't know why it would take that long, but I'm just kidding. Take your time. Although I would probably estimate that if you are going to like this, it's not probably going to take that much to decide what you want to, if you want to go for it or not. I will say the price here is it's a bit weird. It's all on the left over there. I think it could be sort of more centered, so you can actually tell that more quickly, because we get special upgrade pricing before the full price. So maybe some visual adjustment would be appropriate here, just as my kind of website developer side rising to the top. And also VAT will be calculated at checkout. So if you are liable to pay VAT, that's going to be on top of that. Very important to get out of the way, Elements Kepler 2 does require the full edition of Kontakt, okay? And you're going to need 8.6 or it will not work. It will not work in the free Kontakt player, okay? So I told you, don't shout at me for not telling you, because I did, okay? Yeah, this is really interesting because this is actually, I've been waiting for the day I almost said dreading, but not really. Just waiting for the day when I am going to review a sample library and they say, hey, you need full Kontakt 8. And this is the first one. And guess who had to buy full Kontakt upgrade today? Yeah, that was me. I need some connections to native instruments, so hook me up, okay? This is really interesting that you need not the full Kontakt, but 8. Sorry, I messed that up. I messed that up. What's interesting to me is that it needs Kontakt 8. I find it, I mean, I knew that it was going to need full Kontakt because that's the way these have been working for quite a while. So I wasn't surprised by that. But I am surprised that it was developed for such a new version of Kontakt. But I'm sure there are good reasons for that, because I'm sure there are features and stuff in there that this library uses and needs. And at some point, you know, you gotta start integrating the new tech to your stuff. But that's important to remember. As usual, included samples are 100% original and royalty-free for your musical use, without any additional licensing fees. There you go. Which is the case with most sample libraries, but I actually do appreciate that it's there, because a lot of people don't even know that's a thing, that it's a possibility for that to not be the case. So that's cool. So they do call this an update to one of the most popular hybrid scoring software tools available today. That's important to note. They call it an update or an upgrade to Kepler 1, but they still say treat it as it's basically its own library, which is a bit, I guess, confusing in a way, because it's still called something different. It's Kepler 2, and this does have like all new presets, a bunch of new content. So in your head, do treat it like it's actually like a different library, because it is so different, at least based on the information I've seen. But also you do get to upgrade from 1. So it's a bit sort of a bit confusing. Not confusing, but I'd say interesting for sure. But you should know that, just so we're clear. Again, this is done by or I should say produced by the creator of the award-winning Ethera vocal series, which is, we've checked out many and they're amazing. Stefano Maccarelli. Stefano, amazing developer, producer. I'm not sure what to call you in this case, but badass dude. That's what you need to know. So evolving from the legacy of the original Kepler instrument, Kepler 2 brings 47 gigs of synth textures, motion strings, hybrid percussion, and distant choirs come together to form a sonic landscape inspired by the scores of Hans Zimmer, Dune, Ludwig Göransson, Tenet, Oppenheimer. So importantly, it's important to understand that this is like a big toolkit of things. This is not just going to give you one thing. It's very typical for a lot of 0G libraries to be these kind of toolkit things. Not all of them, but a lot of them have a very comprehensive offering. Actually, I would say far beyond even what they describe on these web pages. Like the value is insane that you get with most of these. They offer you so much more than what is even on the package or what you would expect. And I haven't come across a single instance where I thought, okay, this is just fluff. I go like, okay, there's a folder here. I wonder, what these sounds are doing in here, and they are great sounding. They might not have all of the flexibility or tweakability in the world, because they are kind of like add-on things in many cases. But that's important to know about Zero G, that they do really deliver on the value. And again, you should treat this library as a toolkit of things, although it can do, I'm sure, many of these aspects superbly, but it still offers you more in terms of the different categories. Cool. Is there anything else here we want to try on? They say 1,300 ready-to-play presets, which means I'm in a lot of trouble, as I tend to be quite preset-focused in demonstrating these things. So I hope it's obvious, people, that I won't be able to play all of those. Otherwise, this demo would be about, I don't know, 2 weeks long or something like that. So we're gonna have to choose some preset names. Although we'll come to that, and this is a bit easier now in Kontakt 8, but still we're gonna have to like pick and choose, select based on names and other things. But again, they kind of describe the stuff in here: dramatic synths, evolving string textures, thunderous hybrid percussion, organic sequences, celestial choirs, melodic voices, throat singing, which is kind of the Dune thing, cinematic hits, booms, rises, and whooshes. So again, a real toolkit of stuff. In here, you get 3 different engines. So you have a core designer, you have a texture designer, and a synth designer. And they say each of which fill a specific area of hybrid scoring. On top of the designer instruments, there are also, with expressive features like polyphonic aftertouch. Again, this is something I unfortunately won't be able to demonstrate, because despite this amazing keyboard by Doepfer, this one does not have aftertouch. But if you keep watching these videos, maybe I can buy the next level from this. This is the basic, this is the same key bed as the higher models. This just has less features. And I guess the more I do these demos, I should probably get the aftertouches. But hey, you keep watching this, maybe we can do that. Roly MPE support, again, don't have that. Deep modulation, slicing, arpeggiation, and spatial effects. Cool. So I also appreciate this section, because they sort of touch on what's new. In case you're wondering, do I really need Kepler 2? Because I have one already. And I should also mention that you can keep these side by side, because, to my understanding, because they say keep Kepler 1, because if you open old sessions with Kepler 1, it's still going to work. So I suspect, and I see no reason to assume that they can't live side by side. So they don't sort of, 2 doesn't replace 1, but rather they're just their own 2 separate instances. Important to mention, I would estimate. So, reimagined engine. So again, the whole engine, to my understanding, is done from the ground up. So pretty significant. Brand new GUI, so the guided user interface is new. Over 17 gigs of new samples. So that's important to touch on, because not everything is new. So from that, what was this? 47 gigs? I think so, about thereabouts. So you get 16 gigs of new samples. So that's, what is that? 1/3? Can I count? Something like that. So not trivial at all. New presets. So this is really important to also understand, because even though you have old content in there as well, there's new presets, which essentially give you, new content, even though the source material might be the same, partially. Also, the synth designer instrument is a completely new thing, so that's good. Brand new string instruments with bow in motion technology. So yeah, a lot of new stuff in here. So you might as well just look at this as a new thing. And frankly, I think them offering even an upgrade path is super generous, in my estimation. I don't see any reason why they couldn't just, sell this as a new, different product. I guess it kind of makes sense because some of the content is shared, but it's so new, so different that I think it's generous of them. Of course, if you had Kepler 1, you would get some kind of a discount. But at $50, I think that's a very generous offer. So, but that's just my opinion. So you let me know what you think. Anything else? This looks pretty similar. We have some audio examples. We have some, those are just images. Some more about Stefano Maccarelli. Interestingly enough, this description doesn't say that he's a badass, but he is. I know for sure. Cool. That seems to be it. Let me have a look at this press release thing in case there is anything here that wasn't mentioned. No. Looks about the same. Just about. Cool. I'll take us back to the DAW and show you the actual instrument. Let's close Chrome. A couple of things about the layout. This looks a bit different than usual. You might have noticed, or maybe you didn't. We are in Kontakt 8 now, and it does have this nice browser you can see there on the left with all the presets from this particular folder. I thought about this for a moment, whether I want to show that to you or not, but I think I do want to show it to you, because this way, even if we're just browsing through folders, but you hear something you like, you can identify the name of that preset faster. Although not having that makes the instrument view slightly bigger, but I've elected to do this for the aforementioned reason that you can actually see more of what's happening and also identify presets that we may briefly touch on, but don't actually play. But hopefully still this layout, I thought hopefully this is still half decent. I sort of tried to balance all aspects of making all windows as big as possible while still actually making the instrument window as large as I possibly could. Hopefully that works for you. If not, let me know in the comments and I will adjust and do better in the future. But this time the instrument view is slightly wider, which makes the arrangement of all these windows kind of different from what we've done in the past. What is the agenda for this video? I'm gonna try and play as much of Kepler to you as I possibly can. There's a lot to go through. This is going to be a marathon because this is a very comprehensive library. If I open the folder here, the folders here, you can see that the preset folder basically has all of these folders in them. So you get 26 folders of presets in. If we go into any of these, well, we're in Instant Q folder now, and we have 115 presets in this one alone. What was my point in bringing this up? Yeah, I guess the point was to, again, emphasize that unfortunately I can't play all of these to you, but I'll try play as much as possible. We'll probably emphasize the Instant Q folder a bit, and then as I wrap my head around these different other folders, we're going to do maybe some prioritization, or maybe keep it more superficial with some of the folders. But if there's something that really speaks to me, I'll dig a bit deeper. But we're going to touch on absolutely everything here, and sample and pick some presets here and there. What is good about Kontakt 8 now is that if I press on a preset before I actually select it, it does play it for a tiny bit. So this will allow us to actually hear more of the presets, which is fantastic for me and hopefully for you as well, I would imagine. So we'll get to hear more of everything, even if it's just like a second or a couple. And then when I hear something that I really, really like, I'm going to open that preset and play that. But yeah, in short, the agenda is to play as much of this to you as possible so that you can build an idea of whether this library is for you or not. So we're going to stay pretty preset focused in terms of tweaking. If I'm going to tweak something, it's because I have like a innate drive to tweak a sound into a direction that I want. Otherwise, we're not going to get super duper technical, but we are going to do basic overviews of the interfaces. All of these different instruments within Kepler 2 have a slightly different look. So we're going to assess that at the very least, and go through some basic functionalities. But if you're looking for something more technical, I'm sure checking out the 0G resources is going to be probably the best idea. So mainly I just want to showcase as much of this to you as possible so you can know whether this is for you. In terms of what you'll be hearing today, it's only Kepler 2 in action. I don't add any effects on top of it whatsoever. No EQ, no reverb, no compression, nothing. I only have a limiter on my master bus to make the level for this video as consistent as possible, but it is set to be as transparent as possible. So you should hear very minimal, if any, coloration at all. If you hear occasional clipping, it is probably the limiter being hit too hard. And I will usually let you know that that's happening. And I will certainly let you know in case the library is clipping for any reason, but that is, of course, quite unlikely. In terms of transparency, 0G did send me this copy, so thank you to them for doing so. Also, this video is done in collaboration with 0G in the sense that they are compensating me for my time that it takes to actually film and produce this content. That being said, all opinions are my own, both in good and bad. I haven't been asked to say anything one way or the other, nor would I ever do that. Does that cover our bases here? I should also mention that this is very much a blind demo in the sense that I haven't actually laid my own hands into this yet at all. I haven't played any music with this at all. In preparation, in checking out this library, I have, of course, educated myself to a degree so that I know what the library is, how it works, what it's about, and knowing certain technical details that I should know as a reviewer before checking this out. And in that process, I have, of course, heard snippets of this in action. But I've tried to keep it as minimal as possible. And like I said, most importantly, I actually haven't played a single note of this yet myself. So you're going to be getting my authentic first impressions and responses to this. So starting with the Instant Cue folder, got 115 presets. This is what the Instant Cue thingy-majingy looks like. Interface, there is a drastic improvement visually. There was nothing in number one that bothered me or was dysfunctional. In some design aspects, quite minimal and simple, but to have this nice visual thing going on here, I actually like this animation quite a bit. It's definitely an upgrade, and I think a progression in the right direction here. When you look at the top, you got these different windows for different settings here. So space, EQ, dynamic, shape, XY tab, macro 1, macro 2, slice, ARP, and then input quantize. And those ones just open in the middle. This top bar here with the 3 slots always stay in there. So that's kind of nice not to lose sight of those. And these close from the same button you open them from. So there's no button to return to this view of this black hole thingy that's pulsating. But yeah, here you have 3 slots where you basically load source sounds. Again, here, pretty pretty extensive selection of source sounds. Looking at these, obviously them being named in the fashion of rhythmic low 1 up to 30, for example, or rhythmic high or hybrid distorted. This obviously doesn't tell you much about the source sound specifically. It gives you a general idea. Could it be more descriptive? It's kind of a two-edged sword. Is that the saying? Sure, let's go with that. There are pluses and minuses to over-describing some of these source sounds. This, of course, helps if I'm looking for a rhythmic low thing, but in terms of more information, in terms of the specific style, would probably help. But if you use this a lot, you wrap your head around these pretty fast, I would say. And also you can keep a list on your own if you find something specific that you like very much. And of course you can save them as presets as well. So that's really not an issue in that way. But you see that there's a lot of source sounds to be loaded in these slots. And you can, of course, you then combine these sounds or layer them I'm just testing these arrow notes here. Let me load that up again. Yeah, so basically you can scroll through the source sounds quite fast with this, which is actually really nice. It is visually a bit confusing because at first I thought these arrows had something to do with moving a sound from, let's say, the middle slot to here, because they have arrows. So maybe kind of some sort of separation line between makes it clear that it's not that, or then moving the arrows somewhere else. Just a tiny interface thingy-majingy. But it's not, doesn't take much to realize, even for someone like myself, how it works. So, but yeah, you got 3 layers, you can layer them, and of course then you can do macro stuff to put them together in whatever way you want. Down below you have attack, decay, sustain, release controls, also offset control, and then shape control as well. All right, so before we jump into the first folder or start playing, one thing that is neat about Kontakt 8 is that when you click on a preset in the browser, it actually begins to play that preset, plays like a small snippet of that. And I think this is going to be good and useful for not only users in terms of browsing through stuff faster, but also it's going to be useful for us for this demoing process, because you get to hear more of the presets as I browse through them. And yeah, it gives me a better idea of what I want to dive deeper into. So hopefully this is an improvement compared to what we've done previously. But we are in the instant cue folder, and in here we are gonna go through as much of this as possible, 115 presets. We'll see how we do on that, but I certainly want to try and go through, well, I don't want to say anything because there's a lot of stuff in here. So again, let's start going through these, and when I find a sound that I want to dive deeper into, that's what we'll do. Again, the red layer here gives us a new sound. Which I really like, but I would personally not pair that with the two other layers. So I can pull that down, and also I can again go in here, do learn range, not rage, for this middle section, and now I can play that. Yeah, very cool. Driving, actionable. It's all super, as expected, I mean, based on Kepler 1, sounds very polished, very ready to go. There's a nice sense of visceralness, like an actual, thump hitting you, but it's all very polished. It's not like over the top, harsh, or brash in a negative way. So this sounds super impactful and promising. So that's interesting, because that kind of, when you first start playing that, you don't really hear the harmonization there very strongly. But once you start actually building chords, you're like, ooh, oh, okay, yep. Yeah, very nice. Indeed, tension setting. I mean, how can we not play that one? Let's pull back the level here a bit. This is a bit louder than the other ones. Yeah, I thought that was doing something funny. Yeah, so this is doing like a sequence here. Which is really nice, but obviously you can't harmonize that. This middle zone here is super nice. Perfect balance of that percussive hit, but then you get this driving, gritty sound. And then you have that extra low there if you want. Could be kind of unnecessary, but I mean, subjective call. Very cool. Yeah, this sounds like my kind of a jam. It's I mean, this is also a really good way of giving an example of how different these sound based on your the timing of your track and also the tempo. I mean, that's like an obvious thing to say, but it is like when you're demoing stuff, and especially that when it has sequences and stuff like that, if and when we stay in the same tempo, right now we're at 120, it will absolutely influence the way you hear things. And don't get me wrong, I always change the tempo if I feel like that's something that it needs to be done, but it's just an interesting observation here. Okay, again, it seems like we have a sequence here. Okay, not there. Yeah, so it's the low driver here. And remember, you can turn the input quantize on. It's a bit weird that it's a slider. Also, it looks a bit janky when I drag it. But this is an important thing to remember. I wonder if this is... Yeah, this doesn't seem to be like a global setting, I don't think. Let's try. I'll just go to the next preset here. And yeah, it's off. So I think there might be an answer to this. How to set it to be a certain way for all the presets. I'm not well versed enough to say if that's something you can set so that it's always on in a certain way. But maybe somebody can comment on that if that's possible. I really, really like this string thing here. But yeah, my point is you can turn the input quantize on, which we're going to do here. Really, really liking the sound of this. This is actually like a new inclusion, I think. These are probably pulling from some of the string stuff that has been added. Yeah, very nice. I actually also like how this one, it's a bit of like a phasing effect or something, makes it just that tiny bit, science fiction oriented, which is obviously very appropriate for this library. Oh yeah, we got to check that out. Pull back the level a bit. For some reason, the previews are a bit quieter. Probably the triggering velocity is a bit quieter than, or the sample that's in there. I don't know. It's probably like, well, it doesn't actually make sense to make a sample base because that would just take up space in the library. So it's probably triggering the engine to some degree from like a smaller buffer or something. I don't know. But yeah, they are a bit quieter, so I need to pull back when I smash the living heck out of this keyboard. Okay, so here, I don't know why they've chosen to make this range. Oh, what the heck? Oh, okay, yeah, I got a bit confused with the colors here. Yeah, so I'm trying to... Okay, so I can do that. I can do that. So I'm just trying to extend this. There we go. I don't know why that didn't happen on the first try. Yeah, I don't know why the low end is cut so short there, but I mean, that's a subjective call to a degree. Okay, seems like it's this thing here. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to learn that as well. Let's just put it all the way there. Hopefully that works. Does it? Okay, so I don't exactly understand what's happening there, because I'm choosing, that's the first key, that's the last key. Now it works. I think I did the exact same thing previously. Ooh. Oh, yeah, okay, this is my fault. When I'm pressing learn range, I'm expecting the function to be on, and when I click it again, I expect it to turn off. Whereas when you press it, you press the start of the range and the end of the range, and that's it. Don't touch anything anymore. That's what messes it up. It's just a mental cue of mine. I will comment. I would love to see that button sort of, or something visually here to be a bit more clear. Because even when I press that, it's on, but I'm not actually like exactly getting the impression that it's like now on. Obviously the color went off now that turned dimmer, that once we established the range, but it's sort of difficult to visually follow. So I would like something more prominent there. Of course, once you understand how this works, not a big issue, but just, a user interface quirk nonetheless. Okay, so although we do have range here, it just doesn't play beyond this. So maybe it's just, I get it. The samples get really mushy beyond this point, so maybe they just cut it off. Or maybe I'm missing something here, but yeah. This sounds really, really good. I want to input quantize this because it seems really sensitive, like you really got to hit the right timing there. Yeah, this is really, really good. Super nicely balanced. This is kind of like percussive, but yeah, beautiful balance of percussion and melodic. Very, very cool. pull back the level. So yeah, kind of doing the same thing, but a different color. I very much actually like that in this case because it allows you to execute similar functions, but different tones. And a lot of the time when you have a track and you're looking for something like this, you can have a great sounding preset, or a great sounding sound, but it's just not quite the right thing. Like there's a better take on it. So I'm not actually against a lot of libraries having like very similar type of, like in this case, like driving sounds with those kind of higher end, higher frequency percussive elements, because let's wait for this clock to come online. But yeah, because it gives you different colors, different tones to work with, and sometimes when you're really trying to nail that cue, that's super useful to actually have the diversity. Yeah, for example, there, the two previous presets super close to one another, but slightly different tone, slightly different thing and feeling that they're trying to nail. Yeah, very good. Like a beautiful balance of getting that punchy driveness, like getting things in motion, but this is beautifully mixed. Nothing is annoying or harsh on the ear. So these are going to sit really, really nicely in the mix. Again, a good example of how different that was to the example that's in the browser. Yeah, the slower tempo really, really changes these from that driving sequence thing to like a more contemplative thing you could have in a scene where people are plotting evil science fiction plans. Okay, so I can't play all of these. I'm very tempted to because, I love this and this sounds great, but I'm going to have to be selective even with the previews that I click here because there are 115 in this folder alone. So I'm going to have to go a bit name-based here. Oh yeah, we got to do some cyberpunk nightclub stuff with this. Let's see what happens. I mean, first of all, pull back some of this level here. This is super fun. I'm trying to think how I could control this a bit better, because the sustain pedal doesn't allow me to sustain there by default. It kind of saturates the note, I guess. Which is actually really cool. I'm not exactly sure what it does. Let's, because it kind of like, it changes the decay, the sustain, the release of the note. Something in there changes. But what it is, I don't know. Let's put the input quantizer to help us a bit. Yeah, I love this sound. I mean, I don't know what it is, but I tend to love like futuristic, thinking about like futuristic in space nightclubs, like where like the music has gone so far into just like rhythm and noise that it begins to be like super strange. Obviously, this isn't quite as crazy, but this has that vibe. Actually, this is really cool. I really want to nail this. I want to get a performance in here. I kind of want to pitch bend this alone. And not the bass. But I need to do weird things here to set it up. But let's see if we can do some fun stuff here, even with my flimsy timing and playing. I mean, first of all, we could hit one note when we're trying to hit one note and not... Give me some time. I'll get into this demo, okay? I don't know, something like that. Yeah, that's a lot of fun. That's a lot of fun. Let's move on. That sounds like a lot of fun as well. I think we'll be heavy on the instant cues. Usually what these are and what they mean is that they kind of combine and pull in a lot of the material into these kind of like fanciest combination presets or patches. So I think it's okay, Marcus, to be heavy on these ones. and then we'll be more selective with the individual elements, right? Yeah, sounds reasonable. Okay, good. Okay, interesting. Okay, so there's overlap there. Cool. Yeah, let's go into the input quantize tab. Yeah, very cool. Very good for like tension, drama, cue. Oh yeah, this one has textures in there that I like. I mean, that resonance coming up from that's really, really cool. I think these kind of like really well sampled, captured sounds, they really play well with the pitch shifting in Kontakt, because they kind of obviously pitching it pulls out and emphasizes, accentuates certain different qualities from the sound that are not in the original pitch. This is like a really good example of that. Oh yeah, baby. That's a really cool way of doing a major. Yeah. Very, very, very cool. I think you know what we're doing. I think you know. I think you must know by now that we are going back to the futuristic, cyberpunk, sci-fi nightclub in space. Let's see what happens. Input quantize. It doesn't always help. I would need to probably be ahead of my hits a bit more to land it on the exact note. I do apologize for that, but it's rather unforgiving here. So. It's really interesting. The sustain pedal kind of like doubles the sequence there. So I'm guessing, where is the Where the heck is the page? What am I looking for? Oh yeah, so I'm thinking it's probably changing the speed here of the sample being played. Also seems to react to the point where I'm setting the sustain pedal in. Welcome to the nightclub. One more time. I gotta try. Yeah. Welcome to the nightclub. It's time to dance, baby. Yeah. Not my best tracks, but you know. Oh, we got to do that. Listen to that beautiful string plucky thing. Very, very nice. Really cool. The amount of like, that could be like just natural distortion from the strings, but maybe a bit enhanced. Beautiful, beautiful sounding, beautiful like buzziness. And also I like the sequence. It's beautiful. Obviously I don't want to harmonize with it because you will end up with pretty challenging tonality, let's put it that way. But absolutely stunning. One of the things that I probably wish that there was more of here, from a kind of learning / knowing perspective, would be to know, because we have like rhythmic high here, okay, we have metal rhythmic 2 and hybrid rhythmic 8. So, okay, these help me understand what I'm looking for when I'm choosing things in the library, but I would also personally love to know what that actually is. Like, is it a piano string? Is it like a zither string? Is it like a guitar? What is it? Like, that would also be useful information for me. I understand it poses additional difficulties from the categorization naming perspective as well, because you don't want to have like this long of a name there. But I don't know, some kind of a solution there might be pretty cool. Well, I want to do that. That buzziness there on the left, beautiful sounding. Yeah, I mean, beautiful textures. I love the buzziness, the distortedness there. And also super impressive how loud that is, even when we have plenty of headroom still to play with. So kudos to that. Yeah, that is actually a very nice trailer clock indeed. Yeah, that's also a very impressive ticking thing. Very cool. Let's actually do that one. Absolutely beautiful, stunning work. It is, of course, some of the elements there are sequences, and as they are, waveform sample based, can't do much about that unless you only play parts of it. But in this case, I don't think that's going to work. But I mean, stunning sounds, mixing, everything. That's actually really cool as well. I mean, the sound design here is superb. These are really, really well produced and mixed. Yeah. Extremely cool. I think this actually might be pretty cool in this higher tempo. Yeah, great. Yeah, very impressive. Does have that like very saturated, pushy sound, which suits that really well. I think this could have some futuristic nightclub potential in a higher tempo. Let's pull back the level. Super impressive. Such a full, juicy soundscape there. Yeah, I'll do it. I mean, it's just that it's so full, it's so punchy, it's so mature. There's like, this is made by someone who understands, well, mixing, but cinematic music. It has that energy, that punch, but you hear that it's going to sit super, super nicely with other elements as well. So yeah, this is really, really well done. I mean, for example, listen to that tactileness of those plucky things, or well, it seems like some sort of a guitar, but it's like the perfect amount of like, but no harshness. Yeah. I mean, what else do you want? This concludes our demo. We're just getting started, I guess. Unfortunately. Time-wise. Yeah. I mean, wow. Good. Oh, come on. I have to do that. Listen to that chugging guitar. Okay, let's do a few tweaks here. We could try dropping the tempo here. Listen to that punchiness, that fullness. That is insanely good. Got to do that one. You know why. Ooh, that low end was really nice there. expand the ranges of everything here. How do I want to do that? Yeah. Okay, so here I'm pretty sure I didn't balls that up. Okay, there we go. So do you always have to choose the low range first and then the upper? I would think it wouldn't matter which one you choose. So that could be something they could maybe have a look at. Because if I'm just choosing a range, it doesn't exactly matter whether I enter the up or the low range. Obviously, if it's not coded in the way to interpret that, then I understand why it would be messed up. But that's just something I sort of... There we go. Yeah, so, okay, it only understands from low to high. Okay, good to know. Yeah, so even if you set the ranges, it won't force it be beyond a certain point. I mean, I know here it begins to sound very stretched, obviously. But it's worth knowing. This is so well thought through, the balance. It's obviously a massive sound, but here, listen to this top end. It's occupying such a specific space in the spectrum, and it's super captivating. You instantly get that vibe, that emotion, and then you have this big growling low end. They pair so well nicely together. Beautiful. Yeah, a lot of these, I don't know if it's about 80, what's in the examples. Yeah, so a bit faster. I don't know why the top end is distinctively louder. It's not like a layer, but just a higher pitched thing there. But something I would probably need to even out in the mix. But I mean, fantastic sound. I mean, it's so hard to go past any of these. These are all very speak to me a lot. Certainly if you're doing any kind of like darker sci-fi, anything like driving darker energy stuff, I struggle to see how you could not buy this, but Yeah, real good. I mean, come on, I can't go past that. That's not fair. That's interesting. There's kind of like, this is not going in typical time. Yeah, getting into weird territory there. Okay, I love that synth there. That chewiness there in the middle, like that's so well done. Super rare to actually hear that. So I mean, I want to play all of these. How well do those sounds bite? The answer is yes. Okay, go Hans. I'm presuming this is a reference to a composer some of you might have heard of, but got to try and pick up the pace because we'll never get through all of this today otherwise. Can't resist that bass synth. Slight timing difference there between the bass and the violins there. It's not super troubling, but a bit more than I would go for sure. Sounds like a weird new theme song for the Empire. Ooh, that's nice. Changing the melody so nobody sues me. Yeah. That's how one rhythmic pattern establish a connotation for many generations. Holy, that sounds good. Okay, yeah. So one of the things that you do realize once you go through the presets is that you probably want to go for quite a different thing that is set up here. So you will of course have to treat a lot of these go for these kind of like, there's like two splits of the same and then something here in the middle for the bass. That's a super cool sound. It's like a violin meeting a synth. Very cool. A lot of these sounds are like so cool. I wish I could have the opportunity to tweak the sequence to do what I want to do specifically. Don't get me wrong, these sound great and I actually love the pattern. But again, if you want to do your own, tough luck. I'm just checking whether I'm missing something. Okay, so there's a warning here for the arpeggiator. For perfect sync, please use your DAW's track delay set to minus 30 milliseconds. That's good to know. Yeah, it doesn't seem like I can tweak that, but beautiful sound. Cool, I think that's it for the instant cue folder. I think we got the gist of it, hopefully. We have still some pulsing and guitar cues here, but I think we have to move on so we can actually get this done in some kind of a half-decent time. Just to briefly summarize this here, in case you're watching and interested, and also to kind of, as I do my summary at the end, I'll probably remember a bit better if I do it here. Well, first of all, I mean, absolutely fantastic sound. If you're going for any kind of darker, cinematic driven type of stuff, this is like a no-brainer already for me. I mean, you could charge the $50 upgrade price just for this thing here, I would say, because it's so good. I mean, you can make good stuff with this, so should be able to pay itself back pretty easily. There is quite a bit of stylistic overlap, but I think this is a perfect example of a case where that is not only perfectly fine, but actually a strength. Like, I would come to this looking for a specific thing and then look for the specific flavor of that thing. So I don't mind that there's overlap. And clearly some of these presets are basically like versions of the same source material. Usually there aren't too many, like you got like two. I don't think I saw more than two ever that sort of use the very similar elements, but do slightly different things. There's of course that, but even beyond that, a lot of these go for like that similar kind of a general category of like a dark driving thing. And I'll know as a composer that this does that, and I can go in here and look for the exact flavor that I'm looking for. So here, I find it to be a tremendous strength. And not once did I think, oh, we kind of heard this again. Like, I heard that, you know, this kind of goes for that same thing, but it is a different thing. So there is no like annoying repetition here to my taste. They might be stylistically very close, but again, when you're looking for that perfect thing for your track, you want there to be different flavors of a similar thing. All right, moving on to the core one layer. So I suspect these are only one layers of the same designer setup here. Again, looking at the number here, 459 different presets here to load up. I'm suspecting there's probably a bit of overlap with the instant cue folder because that one combines, in most cases, if not all, 3 layers to create sounds. There's probably going to be stuff from here that is in there. I think what seems to be notable here is that you have your different layers very usefully categorized as low, then we have high, then we have metal, organic, and distorted, and triplet, and guitar E, and guitar clean, guitar processed, some hybrid ones, clock, bass, boom, signal, vocal. Okay, there's quite a few sequences, etc. But just something to note that you can locate what you're looking for easier that way, in case you want to go with a one layer thing. So we're not going to spend too much time on this due to the fact that I think there's overlap here to what we already checked out. But I'll do a couple from each, something like that. So let's just get going with that. So these are very useful when you're just looking for that single thing. And also, again, browsing through here quickly, just pressing on a preset gives you an idea of what you should be expecting. Very cool. Ooh, I love these kind of like dark technology vibey basses. Let's lower the tempo here. Nice touch having that sort of overtone thing on the top. It's like sort of glass blowy type of a sound. Cool, so you get the gist of it. We're not going to spend more time on that because I want to cover more of this library. Let's do a couple from high. Really liking the sound of that. I mean, a lot of these I do like to work on a layer basis in my DAW instead of doing like one big patch with like 3 layers and then do it that way. Gives you more mix control. So I do appreciate this as an option. Super cool. Love that sound. Really good. I mean, fantastic. The tactileness of these higher plucky sounds are really, really good. Sorry for my crappy playing here. Yeah, you could do some. I like that sound. It's quite unique. Doing a really nice crossover there. Kind of a string plucky sound meeting a synth. Very good. Let's do a couple from metal. I mean, the texture there and the transients, sound really good. Yeah, I have to use this input quantize thing. I don't know if it even helps in every case, but super cool. Obviously very different from what Kepler is going for in general, but a good example of, I mean, music, creativity has no limits, so just do whatever you feel like doing with it. I do love to explore these layers on their own as well, because it gives you clarity on the individual source samples or the layers. So this is really good because of that. Let's do something from organic. Very vague. Hybrid ethnic instrument. pretty wide definition. I mean, beautiful textures. I mean, these string things here have been 10 out of 10 every single time. Like, it doesn't matter what it is, like the guitars, the zithers, whatever else we've been touching on here. Just marvelously captured strings. Again, so rich in texture, and also these have a very nice, like, natural fullness to them. I really like exploring these from these one layer approaches, because it gives more clarity on the individual source samples. That's really cool stuff. Beautiful sound. Again, going far beyond the space darkness of Kepler, but even better. I mean, yeah, you get to write more types of music. It definitely sounds interesting. Yeah, I'm doing it. I mean, it's such a simple sound, but just the beautiful textures, such a nice tactileness, sound organic but really full. They're loaded with emotion and tension. Yeah, I mean, I just can't praise the tactileness of that enough, because it sounds like it makes you very present to listen to that sound and be like, ooh, something's moving, something's happening. Beautiful. Yeah. I mean, again, here, hybrid rhythmic. I don't really know what the source sound is there specifically, but extremely cool stuff. Let's do a couple of organic violin pedals here. So these do have a tad bit of like a harsher edge that I would definitely EQ out. It's kind of accentuated maybe by the delay there. Ooh, let's pull that back. I don't know why this particular one isn't fully loading in Kontakt. Okay, yeah, so these definitely have some distortion on them. So that could be one of the things that could, or the other stuff also you could adjust to adjust some of the honkiness and the harshness there a bit. Yeah, that would only kind of sit in a very specific type of a mix because it is so kind of a honky and harsh. So maybe it's going for that specific kind of a place in the mix. Yeah, this is the kind of futuristic nightclub stuff that I want. Obviously can't do a ton with that with the pre-made melody or pattern. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot. Let me have a look at this. Yeah, I think we're still gonna continue onwards here and do some stuff from each area. I mean, yeah, listen to how that chews. Again, the sound is great. It's a pre-made pattern again, so. I mean, you can very easily see how you could pair these into different layers here and do some pretty serious guitar damage. Yeah, I mean, beautiful, beautiful sound. I mean, these guitars go hard. So that kind of reminds me of a certain nu metal band. again, like, these guitars are beautifully done. Really well played, captured, sampled. It's really, really full. Yeah, beautiful. I really like these where you actually get a single note pattern. That way you can actually harmonize yourself and you're not at the mercy of the sequence there. I mean, listen to these. All these string things are just insane. Beautiful. The pluckiness is so like puffy. That's a joy to play. I mean, again, that's like a pre-made pattern, but I would need to hear that. Yeah, that's pretty gnarly. Okay, hybrid percussion. Okay, interesting. So it's like a, different layers, which you then combine. Anything that has that kind of transient tactile thing here seems to be just superb. Okay, yeah, so that's like a single note pattern triggered anywhere there. Really liking that. That's like really cool use of effects. He said, so yeah, I mean, as you can see, almost 70 different choices for that. It's a beautiful combination of like natural imaging, having that hybrid punch, but then an organic sort of mid quality to it as well. And again, all that kind of like crispy texture, super beautiful, open, transients like singing beautifully. That's really well done. Okay, let's move on to bass. Okay, that one has a really unique sound. It's like sub paired with just the top end of the like the pluckiness of the bass guitar. That's a really interesting sound. It does leave a lot of like space for stuff in between, for like for example those percussions. I really like that, the super chunky like I can't even imitate that, but I'm sure someone will clip it. Yeah, a bit dense, but a bit of EQ for that is going to be fine. Booms. Okay, so these are kind of more like maybe sub-emphasis things rather than like a big boom boom. Let's see what that is about. Wanted to extend the range there. Oh. It gets very tinny up there, but beautiful in that lower range. I want to actually try this out. We haven't seen anything sort of puffy, more ambient synthy. Yeah, like a pretty nice standard organ paddy glassy thing. Really liking that. Don't know why I went to D minor there, but I was thinking about something, can't quite map it in my head. Yeah, those punch really, really, really nicely. Got a couple of risers. Cello effects. Pretty nice texture and bite. Cool. Moving into vocals here. Yeah, this is my jam. I love working with these things. Again, you can extend the level here, or the range, but that's the lowest note you get. And that's the highest one you get. Beautiful. I love that vocal having that slight wobbliness, like nothing, pitchy, but stylistically it's sort of looser. Brings beautiful movement to the vocal. Okay, got some reverse stuff here. Cool. Yeah, very cool. I love these kind of vocal rhythmic patterns that stay in single notes because, I like to offset the trigger timing of those to create like these small polyrhythms, and they just do so many cool things when you do that, to my taste. So I love these. Okay, cool. We have some synth stuff. All right, so it looks like my DAW crashed, so I had to restart. I think I was just burdening my RAM, so I had to do a reboot on the computer. We got some synths here. I think we did that in part earlier. Let's extend the range here as much as we can. Okay. How annoying is that? Come on, Marcus. What's going on here? Maybe low blood sugar? Yeah? So yeah, my timing is a bit off, but I will say there's a slight, because these are being pitched, a slight unevenness in how it rolls. Like there, but I think it could be one of the effects there, either that reverb or convolution there, that slightly kind of shifts the perception of it. And then my autism kicks in and it's like, but beautiful, beautiful sound. Ooh, that's cool. Very cool. That's one heck of a futuristic foghorn. why it wants to be mono there, but cool. All right, so that's a brief look. I don't know how long that was, but brief in the sense that we only scratched the surface, but hopefully gave a general idea of the offerings of the Core 1 layer. Then you also have low multi-layer, which, well, I would presume includes multiple layers and is focused on low elements. So let's just do a couple from here. Luckily, we only have 39 versus 400. Yeah, so I'm not going to try and harmonize too many of these unless they have promising qualities for that, but because these are low emphasized. Oh, nice growl. Let's try that one. Super good for that big cinematic boofiness. Okay, yeah, so some are more sequency, but most seem to be sort of just straight up basses. These are really cool because you can go in here looking just for that low and, you know, piece that moves your track forward. That's really nice. High multi-layer probably does the same thing, but kind of like the opposite end. Oh yeah, I mean, these just sound so good. These high-end plucky things. So I love that tiny little pattern going on there. I don't know which layer it is. Beautiful, because that's like super nuanced and very, very, very quiet, and you know, sort of, I wouldn't say barely perceptible or perceivable, but very, very nuanced, very beautiful. It creates sort of like almost like a subconscious cue there. Yeah, very cool. Let's check out that one. Yeah, I mean, it speaks volumes about how good these are, even though they are like these sort of pre-made patterns. It's not easy to make those and then have them still sound so full once you start harmonizing with them. So this is really, really well done. Yeah, really good. I keep playing that one song, which I'm working on for a soundtrack, but yeah, I mean, just beautiful, full sound. Very cool textures. Okay, let's move on to a folder called Aggressive with a measly 75 presets you can load up. Go with that. Beautiful example of a like very percussive, low mid emphasized sound, but you can. I was worried that if I put too much harmony there, you wouldn't really recognize it at all, but it actually does play really nicely, and it's kind of like subsidiary to the percussive nature of it, which is those kind of things are super cool and difficult to make. Yeah, anytime I hear anything like clacky or snappy, it just sounds so good. Yeah, it gets a bit like drilly, snappy at the top, so maybe not good to extend it all the way up there. Very nice space there. It's one of the most impressive sounds that I've heard so far. And that says a lot because we've heard a lot of impressive stuff. This has a remarkable sense of space here. We get that like very low. Let me open my scope here actually so I can see this. Yeah, so you have that like very pleasant sub that isn't overwhelming, but like very warm and sort of comforting. You got a bit of scoop there, then 200, 300, you get the body there, and then the upper range is just like that beautiful distorting grit there. These elements are super nicely paired, and there's still like so much space, which makes it breathe and sound super big and open. Super cool. And also that distortion is very heavy, but it's light on the ears. It's kind of heavy in texture, but light on the ears. And I love how you can effortlessly hear the harmony also, but it's sort of very still doesn't take up space much at all. Can't skip that. Yeah, kind of a lot of the same stuff going on there. I know this folder is like called aggressive, and you can obviously hear the distortion, etc. But it just it has a very nice, like these higher elements like have this beautiful subtlety to them as well. Very cool, like a trash can cover type of driving sound there. It doesn't really work to play a lot of stuff up high, but that's a cue creator right there. Okay, then you have a lot of different type of Braams here. Cool. Going into hybrid percussion. So we did touch on some of those on the individual core layers, but I'm suspecting these are more like fuller kits or beats or whatever. Let me actually open one of those up to check out how this is laid out. Okay, so it seems like that one is a single note. Let's try the first one. So that consists of layers, so they're not all the same. So interesting is a lot of these have more of like a background subdued element to them, which is very good, because often the time you get kind of the sound and the heft from the orchestra and the hybrid elements, and the percussion is really in the back to give you a sense of rhythm, but the I should say that the hit of the percussions are more of like a auditory illusion rather than them actually being super big. So these seem to be very maturely done in that sense. Let's check this one hybrid out. Okay, so that's a single key thing. Yeah, these hybrid ones definitely pop and hit harder. That's a long preview sound. Cool. Then you have one-shot percussion. We got different ones here. Trailer hit, low percussion, high percussion, folk percussion, stomp, and metal hit. Yeah, so a lot of different types of hits. Low percussion. Isn't quite as loudly mixed. Can actually play some of these a bit. So these are one shot, but they actually play really nicely considering that they are. Too bad playing with a buffer of 200 something, whatever it is. Usually you need to get to that 128, whatever it is. to have a better feel for them. Okay, yeah, these are really solid for one shots. Usually one shots can sound a bit too flat, but these actually play quite nicely. So high percussion. That is the limiter clipping, maybe a bit too heavy on that. Really good. Those sound super good. Wouldn't necessarily even believe. I mean, I played with a sort of pretty straightforward dynamic there, but these sounds really don't yell at me that they want it to be anything beyond that. So, I mean, those are really, really good. So I don't know why these are called folk. To me, these sound like just like big orchestral, maybe big trailerish type of toms. But they sound good. I don't know what makes them folk, but maybe the source was folkish. A bit of distortion there, Marcus. Let's pull back on the limiter. Yeah, even so, these are very sort of gritty, heavy-handed. So this sounds like quite like a big bunch of dudes walking around inside somewhere. So we need to tweak that to make it maybe an outside march if you wanted to. Cool, some metal stuff with very big reverb. Okay, vocal pedal. So we probably got a sample of these from the other thingamajiggies, but let's check it out. Okay, interesting. So let's load this up. Sorry about that, these are super loud. Really good, pretty heavy on the distortion, so I'll pull that down, but really interesting pattern. Yeah, I mean, you can already see in Kontakt that it's clipping, so pretty loud. That's really cool stuff. That's pretty heavy distortion, but I mean, I love the vocal patterns here. They are really cool. I mean, I have to check that out. Pretty fast tempo for that, for sure. Man, that goes hard. Really cool. Nice. That following bass sounds a bit like a fart, which is, some farts sound really good, so. Yeah, I don't know why they stylistically opted for such a heavy distortion, but you can of course go and tweak that, but you know, I'll probably go lighter out of the box. I mean, how fast does that go? Because I'm at 80 BPM right now. Now 120. So yeah, it just goes really fast. Cool. Nice. Guitars. That's a really cool pairing. Like I said before, these guitars, they chew hard. these are guitars are so well done. I love this top end guitar part as well. It has tiny hints of a bit of a synthy edge. It pairs really well with this sort of sci-fi-ish tint. Well, I shouldn't say ish. A lot of these are quite heavy on the sci-fi, but I like that a lot of these sounds are organic or true to the original source, but they have a slight tint of that sci-fi-ness, which is really good for a lot of sci-fi soundtracks, because you don't necessarily want to go all in on the future blippy bloppy synthy stuff. You want to bring in some familiarity, but give it that right color so that it fits the world that it's going into, and also gives you that sort of otherworldly vibe. So that's super cool. I mean, these guitars sound so good. Yeah, just combine like a low guitar stuff with that, like a low guitar part with that. It's going to be really good. I'm sorry if my speech is a bit all over the place. This has been a very long demo. Understandably, this is a colossal library. But let me try and keep it together. I'm taking breaks so I can refresh my noodly brain. I mean, that is so weird and cool. I have to check that out. Weird stuff. I love it. Usually I don't go for these patterns, but that's such a fun samba type of thing that gotta check it out. Can't really, well, you can modulate, but there's such a good crunch there that I gotta check that out as well. Yeah, that quarter note thing, it doesn't round it to the upcoming quarter note, because there wasn't a quarter note between there. I don't know. You got to be like, maybe I'll just try and be as precise, because I try and kind of predict it, put it in just a bit before the note, but I don't. It's not working for me. I mean, it's probably working as a function, but I just mean like as a player with this nervous system, it doesn't work. Yeah, I mean, these are just going to be so good. Sometimes you have like an action cue or something that's, you know, moving, and then just that little bit of guitar can give you that bite. It's really good stuff, and these are going to sit superbly in your mix. A certain nu metal band comes to mind from those. Cool. Guitars, done. Braams, I'll do a few from here. So interestingly, those tend to have they're not like Braams, but they're like and then a bit of a pattern there. So that's interesting. Then you got some different stuff in keys. These are called organic and in different keys. Oh, I think I was muted just now, but in case I was, that sound is completely new sounding to me. That's like obviously like a Brahmish. It's not like a big thing coming at you, but it's like a dominant establishing tone, but it has a beautiful otherworldly quality to it, kind of unfamiliar, very nice. Okay, I gotta say I love these because these truly sound alien. Great job on those. Yeah, these are really cool, and I love all the weird stuff happening around it. Makes it really unnerving and alien. Was I just muted again? Damn. Need to get a better system than this. Yeah, so again, you get so much with this because each and every key here in each instrument here, or each key here, has 1, 2, 3, 4 octaves of these sounds. So you get a very, very, very broad. Maybe not all of them have as many, but it seems like they do. You get a lot of different ones here, which is fantastic. And you get them in C, D, E, F, and then also a second set in C and D. So that's a lot of stuff there, a lot of coverage. And then you can also, of course, pitch or tune in Kontakt. So really, really good. Moving into metallic. Yeah, anything transient emphasis like is really stunning. For my crappy playing. This has been a really long day, so I'm going to take a break soon just to recharge, but bear with me. Maybe I could I wonder if the quantization really comes in with the click only running. Maybe. I did not expect to find anything like that in here, or to be playing like aquatic tropical stuff, but hey, it's there. Well, that sounds good. Yeah, just the thump there is beautiful. Again, that rattling top end, really, really good. And beautiful, that thing. Let's open that up actually. Yeah. That was the limiter clipping. Cool, that was metallic. Let's go into horror. It's clipping the limiter. Cool. So those are like darker, I'd say sort of extended pulsating rhythmic things. Horror, yeah, I mean, sure. Depends on the type of thing you want to go for. Design sequencing thing. Let's try a few of these. I think we all remember that one. Yeah, I did think about Matrix earlier when we had our fun. Yeah, these are really, really good sounding. I don't know how much of that you want to integrate into your piece because they are so fully like fleshed out. But I mean, you could use that as the basis of something and then build upon that. Yeah, these are a lot of fun. Those are really, really well done. Yeah, those are really well done. In terms of, again, like, they're so fleshed out. I mean, you could easily build stuff on that, but yeah, of course the flexibility of that is limited to a degree. Clocks. I've got a couple here. Yeah, so it seemed like these are sort of more fleshed out, multi-layered versions of the single layer stuff that we checked out. Let's go. Okay, so we've got texture one layer. Let's see what this is about. I might also. So I got texture multi-layer. Let's see how many we have here. Okay, 120. Sounds quite a lot. How many do we have in multi? Less. So I'm thinking multi probably also demonstrates a lot of the stuff in the one layer things. So we'll go with the multis, and then if we want to go on individual layers, we can. But let's move with that. I'm going to have a short break just to refresh myself, and we'll be right back. Well, for you, it's going to be instant. And we're back. All right. Texture multi-layer. Let's see what this is about. But let's do with that with less clipping. That sounds beautiful. This is a bit loud. Kontakt is clipping there already. Let's pull that back a bit. That violin sounds beautiful. Yeah, beautiful, like romantic space thingy. Beautiful. Yeah, the violin sings really nicely. I would probably want to a bit maybe control the motion there, but I'm sure once you dive into the individual layers, you can either play parts of them or change that one. Let's see what we can do with that one. Cool. Let's try that one. Okay, so we've got about 30 of these, just keeping that in mind for how much we can cover here. Really liking those vocal elements. I think we might jump into some of the one layers, but let's check a few more of these. That be loud. Okay, there's some funny business there, so no harmony. Let's do that. Having a bit of a hard time figuring out how to gain stage this, because Kontakt is getting really loud, and then I don't want to blow the limiter either. How the violin pairs there with the voice is wonderful. That sounds pretty promising. Yeah, those top violins are really, really nice. Some of these might be a bit sort of dense to my taste, like there's a too much, density, I guess. But that's no issue. I mean, these sound beautiful. They're just maybe in a style that I would go for less density for the type of music I write. So I think the single one layers make more sense from that perspective. Let's just demo a few of these. Again, there's a lot, so I'll just do randomly a few. want to try that piano. That was the limiter clipping. This is quite interestingly. So yeah, I love the sound so far. It has a beautiful, like, distorting roundness to it. Just need to keep it under control. Kontakt clipping just a bit. Absolutely beautiful. Love that. I mean, we can also, I suspect, if we go in here, is it the tone and shape here? No. So I wonder how much of that is actually EQ dynamics. As far as I can tell, because I think tone. Yeah, that's a distortion there for sure. Well, anyway, stunning piano. Has that kind of ethereal, otherworldly, spatial thing. Has some choirs here. Actually, I want to see how that works. It gets a bit synthy there at the top, and the morphing seems to be just in the sample. Sounds pretty good. Kontakt still clipping a bit. Yeah, if you move slowly and carefully, you won't hear the funkiness of it, and definitely in a certain type of a mix, that will be really nice. Want to try that out? Yeah, with vocals, you can never tell when the resonances go crazy. Yeah, to me it seems more like a thing that I would layer with other stuff like synths. That sounds good. Pretty cool. Cool textures. You could send that into a colossal reverb, have interesting things. See, I think these atonal textures are far more like horror. So, I mean, I've just clicked a couple or one, but this sounds more horror-y or, you know, horror ambient dark thing for me. That's really good. Like that for dark ambient. Yeah, that it has that kind of like choking, dark weight on it. That's beautiful. I would love to use that for a dark ambient piece. I want to check that out. Something doing something different here. It's playing a major, or rather a C, when it's supposed to play a H. I'm not sure what's going on there, but I mean, clearly too much for us to cover entirely, but this pretty wide set of all kinds of things, from more pad-like things to more like texture, like guttural things. Then you got like these downright horror, dark ambient stuff, more like angelic, spatial pad. So a lot of scope here. Obviously the voices, etc. Let's do strings multi-layer here. I mean, these sound very promising. what chord I want to go into. There it is. Beautiful. These work super nicely. Let's see if we can... The range is narrow. I don't have time to adjust the layers here. Beautiful. These are superb. This is very, very unexpected and impressive that it's just like here. Yeah, it's an upgrade, and these are really, really, really good sounding. Yeah, that's blowing up Kontakt for sure. Let's pull that back a bit. So the motion here is definitely interesting, makes you think in certain ways and write in certain ways. I don't know why these are... Seems super loud coming out of the gate. Okay. Jumping notes. Geez, how loud. Yeah, beautiful. the limiter clipping. Oh, sorry. No, that was Kontakt and the limiter. I don't know why these are so loud out of the gate. There's definitely like a natural distortion there. I don't know if it's coming from the sample or the settings here, but it could just be the bow, but it's not necessarily like a harsh sound, but seems like a nice tone. Yeah, there you can hear it again. I think it's these two notes. It's the raspiness of the string and the bow. Together they kind of create that, well, it's not an impression of a distortion in a sense, because it is that, but can kind of sound a bit like something is distorting when it's really not. But I mean, that sound is stunned. I'm really, really stunned that this is in here. And that this is so good. I don't really know what else to say. Sounds beautiful. You get a lot of different expressions here. Let's try that again from the beginning without Kontakt crapping out. Yeah, there you can hear it. It kind of accumulates, and on its own, it sounds beautiful, the raspiness. But once you pair, there you kind of hear that like. And that must be tricky, because on its own it sounds beautiful and textural, but then if you pair it with another note that has too much of those similar qualities, then it can really create this like something is distorting. There it isn't too bad, but let me play a bit more. Yeah, there it's super clear. Not even there, but we need this upper note. Yeah, there was a bit easier. Cool. I mean, that's a beautiful, stunning sound. Let's do this one. Well, I wish there was like, as soon as you started to play, the preview would cut off. That would make a lot of sense to me. Yeah, really loud, really loud. Cool. Super impressed by the strings. We're just going to do the multi-layer. Otherwise this is a 15-hour long demo. It probably is already. So what can I say? Except you're welcome. Strings dynamic X fade. Let's do the 90 BPM one. I'm gonna just sync my tempo as well. Beautiful. Sounds beautiful. Slightly disturbed by the... I don't mind the ring moving there, but I don't know why the violin or the... yeah, the violin is moving. It's kind of like... Seems like it's threatening me a bit, like it's sort of coming at me and being like, "You what, mate? You what, mate? You're looking for trouble, mate." It's a bit threatening. Okay, viola bow in motion 90 BPM. I guess this has the same name but probably different bowing. Yeah, nice. Let's do cello. Trying to find a decent level here. So the bass sound is great. This doesn't flow quite as well, or I shouldn't say nearly as well as the viola or the violin. Oh yeah, I bolstered up. I mean, my eyes are so crossed at this point. The previous one was a viola, and the one before that, obviously a violin. Makes sense, Marcus. So yeah. Violin arp bow in motion. Jeez. Okay, so it responds to sustain pedal. Okay, so this is kind of like where you need to know a bit of orchestration stuff or how to write for a violin. It kind of does a doubling octave here. So how good that sounds is directly related to your ability to write a sensible part for that. But the thing itself sounds really, really good. Yeah, I'm really impressed how good that is. Yeah, stunning. Very impressive. Strings M. Let's do that one. So you can sort of hear artifacts in between there. First of all, I kind of dig that, but also depending on how you are actually arranging the part, you really wouldn't even hear that in some of the cases, and also with other stuff you wouldn't. But I'm actually quite interested by that because you could do some synthetic stuff with that, but also realistic. Cello. Yeah, at least with the initial testing of that, the cello doesn't quite flow as well as the violin and the viola. Vocal textures. A little bit really hard to find a good volume level here. That was the limiter clipping. That's actually really nice. Like that, it's not exactly going for like a hyper realistic thing, but rather like obviously like an ethereal, otherworldly thing. I think that nails it pretty well. Let's try this one out. So I probably want to separate those into different parts. It's kind of difficult to write for the voices with this formation, but that does have quite a hefty sound. So I'm sure you could make that sound pretty big. Again, with that kind of slightly otherworldly style instead of hyper realism. Let's do that. Okay, cool. So yeah, I would need to work the layers there again, but that kind of like hybridizes the patterns with some of the more ambient vocals. Okay, so this is interesting. Let's check that out. Clearly going for that sort of certain style. Can't quite make that bend to my will. So there you get different whatever you would call those. vowels or bits, and then you can pitch with the red zone. So then we have the vocal builder. So this is like the breathing builder. Super solid thing especially from Ether and other stuff. Basically, the blue one triggers the sequencer. So it seems like the first red is a reset key, and these ones are the individual steps. Guess so. Oh. So yeah, they kind of repeat there. Cool. Super cool texture, kind of synthetic, broken, gritty, growly. Very nice. Synth designer, multi-layer. Sounds good. Cool. Yeah, I really like those top leads. They're really cool. Let's try that. Really nice. The balance is really good. The guitar is sort of subtle and quiet enough, but can perfectly pick it up, but it doesn't become dominant over the low end ominous stuff. Also, the guitar plays really, really well there. It doesn't sound janky at all. Very nice. I'm gonna try this key thing. We haven't had too many key things in here. We have some transients that are going to be caught by the limiter, but very cool. Liking the keys here. Let's test that out. Cool. Yeah, I like that distant sound. Very cool. Beautifully balanced. Yeah. Let's do that. Bit unruly, but cool sound. Yeah, I'm a sucker for these kind of plucks. that cool thing. I would probably need to layer something in there to flesh out the harmony. I have to do this, battle is coming. Pretty cool. Then we have some crazy pianos. Sounds a bit too snappy, that one, so we'll do the more easy one, easy going. Ooh, getting some, if I sustain pedal that, getting some CPU clipping there. That was the limiter clipping. Tough to find a decent level here. Yeah, that's really good if you're going for that kind of a sound. This is one of the things that when we started this demo, and I said like a lot of 0G products have a bunch of stuff in there that you just don't expect and never thought it would be in there, and it is, and it's of great quality, and that's a good example of that. We're not going to do polyphonic aftertouch because I don't have that, and Kepler bass. Ooh, yeah. So these are the acoustic basses here. So this actually sounds really good. I probably wouldn't put that in a prominent place on its own, because you can kind of hear that it's a bit choppy in that way, but it has a beautiful sound profile. So that under certain things is sounds really good. All right. Yeah, that on its own sounds perfectly fine as well. Yeah, that's really nicely balanced, because it would slip sort of underneath very, very nicely onto many things. Cool, that's all the preset folders. Geez, is this like a 5-hour long demo? I have no idea. We're gonna see on the edit table, I guess. Is the camera overheating here? No, maybe, I don't know. All right, then of course there is the init mate or initialized folder, where you can find kind of the bare bones basic elements of everything and build your own presets from there. We're obviously not going to go into that because we, covered most of the content here anyway, but you should know it's here, and you can build your own stuff from there. So, cool. That is it for this colossal undertaking. Overall, extremely impressed by Kepler. I will say that the sound of Kepler 2 does sort of strike me quite differently compared to Kepler 1. And that is not a negative thing. It's just a different thing. And I would say that you are quite, I would say that it's it's a very, very appealing thing to have Kepler 1 as well as Kepler 2, because they do give me a different sort of impression, a different sort of a character. So I think is actually super appealing as a deal to have one and then upgrade for $50 for Kepler 2, but still be using both. I think that's that's quite the deal. But of course, they have a lot of overlapping elements. I would sort of maybe describe Kepler 1 as sort of more, I was going to say grounded. I don't exactly know what I mean by that. But it's sort of, these are very complementary, I would say. This struck me more, Kepler 2 struck me more as like going a bit harder, going a bit darker. Not that Kepler 1 wasn't dark, and a tad bit more cinematic. And things do feel a bit sort of more polished and more serious in a way. And again, those aren't like absolute statements of what's better or worse, but it's just, they do strike me as different in that way. So I think it's a really good idea to have both side by side. But yes, extremely impressed overall. Let's look at the folders to give myself like a better reminder of how to describe this. I mean, the instant cues give you a really good idea of what's to come. These are like super fantastic. Most of these are like dark driving cue creators that give you that kind of any sort of not just sci-fi, but any sort of like a dark, maybe drama, certainly that sci-fi space vibe, but anything dark and driving, this thing just nails. So if you're into that kind of stuff, I think this is an absolute no-brainer and just like a insta-buy if you do a lot of that kind of stuff. I didn't mention that I did detect a bit of overlap with some of the presets, but as I mentioned earlier, that's only a positive in my eyes, because, you know, if you're doing like dark, pulsating, driving sort of rhythm or cue creators, the basic principle of it can be done in various ways, but there are really a few basic fundamental elements that go into it. And I like to have different sort of flavors in order to execute that task. And I actually do like, as I mentioned before, some of these presets clearly come from the same source material. They're just like slight, like different tones of the same idea. But that's only, I don't think you ever get more than 2 of those, like coming from the same source material. But even beyond that, there's overlap in terms of what the cues are trying to do, like what kind of a emotion are they trying to drive home. And I like to have overlap there because I can have a track that utilizes that principle. There's a dark driving pulsating thing there, but I want to have different tone options because you don't quite always know what's going to work the best. So I like to have a few options and test which one works the best and go with that. So in my eyes, it's a positive, but I thought I'd still mention that in case you want to keep an eye on it for another reason. This core one layer thing is also a really good way to get to know this library sort of more bare bones, the different elements in there. Like I said earlier, there's like 460 almost different things in this folder. The lows kind of do the synthy lows. I absolutely adored a lot of these high layers. Anything related to pretty much like string stuff, so like a guitar, a zither, anything of that sort. Just I didn't hear a single miss when it came to those sounds. Like anything like guitar, like is just superb stuff. And there's a lot of really cool like plucky stuff where the pluckiness is kind of lovely, like puffy and crispy and very sort of tactile sounding. And it has this beautiful like hazy openness to it. That's not a negative thing here, but what I'm trying to convey is that they give a lot of space to your mix. They don't sound brittle or harsh. They just kind of sit there lovely in a lovely place and do this like kind of thing. So those are like absolutely amazing. The metals I was super impressed by as sources. There's a lot of really nice like rattling raspiness there. So these definitely not supposed to be overlooked. These were like super good. The organic ones worked fantastically as well. I mean, again, we unfortunately can't play every single preset in here. I was actually surprised by, like, they don't strike me as the output being very, very organic, but probably the source is. But these are really a good example of taking a organic thing and turning it kind of synth-like. So these were, again, super solid. Really liking the vocal pattern things that were in the voices. Those were super cool. I love playing with offsetting their, input and output times, so you can do cool polyrhythms. Those work superbly. There's a lot of really nice, interesting textures there, and I like that a lot of the vocals were quite loose, like they're in perfect pitch basically, but it's just how the singer plays with certain timings and textures. They have this lovely looseness that I personally love very much. Creates that kind of almost like a drift to the vocal. So those were really good. I'll come to the strings in a moment once we touch on the folder there. Anything else in here? Yeah, guitars we touched on. Percussion, these were one-shots, but they were really good. In many cases, they're not going for like a super dynamic sound. They're going for like a specific movie type of a thing in most cases. Something you'd use in trailers or kind of hybrid, maybe tilting on the harder side of cinematic music. But they sounded really good. They hit super nicely, and in many cases you can actually play them as if they're actually more dynamic. So those are really well scripted or mapped or put into Kontakt. So yeah, and there's a lot of percussion here as well. Most of these presets are not like, there might be like one sound in there. Some of them have layers, so don't be fooled. It's like a mixed bag of single and multiple things, but pretty comprehensive offering there as well. Yeah, I'm really happy to see we have some kind of like extra things like clocks, and these booms are really more like sub hits to me. Really good to have those. I still don't think we have enough products out there doing risers and hits and booms, and the ones that are there sort of do them in a specific style. I think there's still a lot of unexplored ground there where we could have risers and stuff like that done in a different way. So I'm always happy to have these in here, and they were super solid. The signal thing here was really cool. I just remember there was some weird cool stuff in there. Yeah. Then obviously we have these layers in a low setup and a high setup. So these are just like convenience things. The aggressive folder does what it says, but I also like that there were a lot of sounds in there that have, yes, this aggressive distortion in there, but you can actually play them quite quietly, and they're going to produce very interesting, like dense, tense sounds, but they're going to have these like distant melodies that are sort of covered in distortion. So I actually liked quite a lot of stuff in there. The horror stuff in here struck me more as like darker rhythm patterns in here. But then if you went to, where was it? Let me try and remember. There were some atonal, I think they're in the layers folders. There was some atonal stuff there, which was like clearly more horror if you're into that or looking for something like that. So probably check those timestamps or check it out for yourself. But the horror folder, otherwise, like really, really good sounds. I would just dominantly, based on the limited samples we checked out or the presets, sounded more like darker rhythmic stuff. Yeah, and the layers, there's a lot of different stuff in there. Like some are pads, some are textures, some are like darker ambiances. So there's just a lot of stuff in there, and you know, some vocal pad-like stuff. The strings were extremely impressive. I think this is, again, speaks volumes about, let me just open this up for the visual sake. Again, this is one of the things that speaks to the value proposition that Zero G brings, because in so many of the products, there's just so much stuff in there, and you're like, like, why is it in here, and is it just like extra? And based on the libraries I've checked out, it never is. Like, it's always solid stuff. It might not be like super flexible and tweakable, but it's just always good stuff. These strings are super good. This could be a library on its own. And honestly, this could be it. Let's just leave it at that. This could be a library of its own, and they could charge decent money for this. It's not like super tweakable and flexible in terms of doing all kinds of tweaks and things you want, but it never is with this sort of a sampling principle where you have these patterns. It's just you record them, make them as good as possible, and then you put them together, script in Kontakt in a way that makes them sing, and sing they do. Like these are really, really, really good. I will say the violins and the violas sound the best. The cellos, to me, sound significantly. They don't flow as well as the violins and violas, but I mean, the top violins and the violas, they just sing beautifully. This is like a really serious string library as well, so not to be overlooked. I kind of struggle to understand how they just kind of call it on the side, like, yeah, we did some strings and put it in there, and these are superb. So another reason to get this. They're just so, like, these are very like romantic sounding and soul aching. So they do also pair with a lot of the synthy, spacey stuff quite nicely, but you could use them on your own just to write like a romantic string album as well if you wanted to. Cool. I think we're gonna leave it at that, and that's my summary. So yeah, I mean, in short, really good stuff. Hopefully this demo was useful to you. Hopefully it's not too long, but like I said, the Kepler one was a monster, and this one is a monster as well in terms of size. And I wanted to cover enough of this to give you like a real proper idea, and myself, in terms of what's in here. Maybe in the future I'll be a bit smarter in terms of how I lay the demo out, because again, a lot of the stuff is presented in the instant cues. So maybe in the future there hopefully is going to be less repetition, but then again, looking at some of the individual layers as well has utility. So hopefully that's been useful to you. But let me know what you think of this video, what you think of Kepler 2. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. Finished.